Hello. Hi. How you're doing? Welcome. I hope you are doing good. Yeah. I need some paper up here. I don't know what happened. I'm okay. Hi Jane. Hi Brian. Hello. Hope you are doing good. Actually, hello again. Oh my god. There's a frog in me. Yeah. I don't know. I think I might have a very heavy breakfast. I have a big question. I'm listening. God, that hiccup messed up my throat. I was inhaling and it's like... If I do a maximum gen, we'll be able to stay completely still but make our eyes look in two different locations. So one here, right? Sure, I can try. I'll try to stay completely still. So this one... I'll try. Oh, I moved! I moved! Oh, okay, yeah, that looks good. Oh, it just blinked, right? It's normal behavior. Yeah, the blink, because I set to auto blink. I could try to set it to no blinks. Give me a second. So, how would you do it since I have Asian eyes? Yeah. Yeah, let me try to set it to not auto blink. And see how that handles Asian eyes. I mean, it should be fine. I have good lighting around the room, I think. It's all sunlight. It's all natural sunlight that's shining towards me. It's like, El natural. Perfect. I've been wanting to do that for like 2 weeks. Hey, glad I could help. I'm glad I could help. Oh, it has cooldown, right? I forgot. Oh, it does. Even I cannot bypass it. I'm just thinking about this morning. I had a really good breakfast. It's so good. But then it's kind of concerning because it's so expensive. It's been a long while since I had such luxurious food. What was food? There is okay, let me think. There is a lot. Oh god. So there's dim sum, there's I mean dim sum is like number one because dim sum is like each dim sum is like 6 ringgit 60 cents. So we had like 20 something of them. There's a lot, like 烧麦、皮蛋奶、鸡脚、酸甜、排骨. And there's like There's a lot more. Oh god, there's a lot more. So there's also those kind of stuff. And then we have, I don't know what the names are in English, but there's like, 炒煮面. Like, we have like a huge 炒煮面, like a medium-sized 炒煮面 in the middle, and then everyone can just go like take it and then put it into their plate and eat it. It's like some sort of a noodle that is 炒. Okay, there's fried and then cooked. Does it make sense? Maybe not, but I don't know. But yeah, it's a very heavy breakfast. I'm enjoying it a lot. Also, hey, from Malaysia, happy Good Friday. Hi, Roxas. Redeem is locked and loaded. Okay, I can try again. I would try not to blink. Kobold is ready. Hit me. Hit me. Hit me. Alright. I'm just gonna wait until it's here and I'll just move. I'll just look. I messed up again. Why is it so... it's a lot harder than I thought. Okay, problem. Sorry. I have noticed a problem. Failed clue. I've noticed a small problem. Alright. When I look that way. When I look that way, I don't know where the line is. So I don't know where to look right. Long right eye. Couldn't know which is the real one. Hey, look. I don't look that bad, okay? You little shit. It's tough. It's hard. No. But hey, the first one looks good. Made it item. I wasn't going to ever say anything, but pupil extendo. We're talking. The pupil extendo. I mean, imagine if I have like
Pupil extendo. You are a good friendo.
You are a good friendo. Pupil extendo though. Imagine if I have like a, instead like a cone vision where people has, where most predator has. What if I have like, you know how bird eyesight? I cannot look straight in front of me, but I can look side to back. You know what I mean? What if that? I don't know. I'm gonna play Monsanto. Also, hi May the Titan. Hi Titan. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. I'm gonna... Oh, I forgot. Wait, I forgot. Problem. Oh no. I just hope OBS doesn't crash. Give me a second. Oh. I'm gonna try to change the buffering a little bit to this one. No crash. Oh, it didn't crash. Okay, good. My throat feels weird. Did you know owls can't turn their eye? Huh? That's why their head rotates so far? I love owls now. I always be here just never speaking. That's very respectable. Also, thank you. I'll count that as a lurk. So, big thank you. I always appreciate lurks. I've been playing Realm of the Mad God. I've noticed. Can't dodge shit. I only sense skill issue right there. I only sense skill issue. Rotated. Can Jade rotate his head? Come carry. Is it like a multiplayer game? I mean, I remember. I will see you dodge. I played the game. It's an MMO. No, wait. Is it a different game? Wait, what's the game that I played that looks like Hades, but it's the same name? It's Bullet Hill? I mean... Okay, let me check my Steam real quick. Oh my god, PC, don't die, please. That's all I ask. Okay, there we go. Wait. It's Bullet Hell, I don't know what you play. No, me no owl? Oh. What, Jade is not owl? Set Kobo noises. Realm. Oh. Oh, wait, it's a different game. It's a game that I never played. Oh. Ow. Oh, hi, Cheesecake. I was looking at Steam. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. Oh. That was instant. Come? No. If it's the other one, maybe. Oh, this is the one you've been playing. Then I played... Which one's the one I played? Fuck.
Yep.
I streamed it too. Oh my god, Steam. Steam is so laggy. Why? Let me check. I played it last year, I believe. But I thought the game is like very... The names are very similar. Right? Oh, wait, the game that I played was Curse of the Dead Gods. It's not Realm of the Mad God Exalt. Well, I'll pass, thank you very much. We die together, it's permadeath. Permadeath sucks. Why? It's an MMO, why would it be permadeath? I'm doing E. Hey, that's good to know. E is good. Kobo likes E too. Okay, let me close Steam because holy hell, I don't know why is it so laggy. Get out. Oh, it's downloading shit, no wonder. Alright, it should be fine now. Cause fuck you, that's why. Okay. You want try to annoy with you. Hiya, tonight I may be playing Monster Hunter Woodley. Maybe yo. Okay, let me look, I want to play Monster Hunter Generation Ultimate. Whoa, what's it so laggy? Wait a minute. Sorry. I feel like every time at the start of the stream, my throat feels weird. Never even carry lies. Okay, as wild as this sounds, I carried Narix. That time, we beat Alathion and we beat Fatalis. I mean, together. I was playing friendship build. I'm just drinking mega potion and it just like spitting at them. No pig. There's no need. Why do I need pigs for? Now, if you want tonight, I can carry you lah. Also, look at that. I made this armor. I made the armor. I made the armor. Last night, once I get back from badminton, I just immediately farm Gore Magala. And then I have this full set of armor. It's not even hard to make, I'm surprised. And Gore Magala is so weak against Adept. Yeah, Adept Longsword. So weak. Or maybe I just know about Gore Magala's moveset that I can just dodge in time. It's heckin' good. No proof? Oh, you want proof? You go ask Nalix now. I'm not the one to take pick. I only take pick of cute monsters. Like these ones here, let me show you. Look at that. So many EP. So many EP monsters. The amount of pictures that I took of this game. And look at them, they're just sleeping. And then this one just looks cool. Like that eyes could kill someone. And then of course you have the good boy. And the good boy. This is like legit good shot, this one. Love it. Heckin' love it. And then Mike Tyson. We have butter knife. And then I took this picture and I said, whoa. Lagia Crusoe. And then of course you have a lot of Mizu sleeping pics. Oh, Estelos as well. Estelos is pretty cute, look at that. Now, you guys have no idea how much picture I took of this game. Look, it's all Mizu though. It's all Mizu pictures. I'm not even gonna complain. It's good stuff, what can I say? So, Astarion, are you playing Baldur's Gate 3? I know it's Alatriona, but are you playing Baldur's Gate 3? Oh yeah, I upgraded this one. Okay, I get it, I'm gonna play Longsword for a little bit. Just for a little bit. So do we do the urgent? The urgent quest is Shagaru Magala. I came in base, you two find it. And then you're gonna wait until Narix comes in and then we have to like discuss. we need to have a discussion. Look, I could do it. I don't know if he wants to do it. Although we've been trying to beat Fatalis. That's caring, that's not... Caring is me spitting Mega Potion to your face, and then you don't die. Well, might I say that's cheating, even? Or 10% of squats? Ah, okay, I'll do it. Alright. Give me a second, I'll do it. I need space. Oh shit, that's full. Okay. I'm doing it. Yeah. Alright. I'm still here. Oh my god. Okay. I'm okay, I'm okay. I'm sweating. Cannot believe it, I'm sweating already. Okay, I'm back. Oh my god, I need to catch my breath. Wow. Alright, I'm okay, I'm okay. We're gonna fight this one. I'm gonna try with Adept. See how I do. Oh, also, last night I had a bit of a discovery of this game. A little bit. Oh my god. I'm okay. I have a little bit of discovery. Check this out. So, on status, I saw this. And I was like, what is this? These are like skills, right? These are skills. And I look at this. And I was like, oh, I think I know what this means. I think I understand how skills work now. 10 points of each skill. Like if I get one more evasion, I'll get something. Right? I'll get something. If I get 6 more of eating, I'll probably get like fast eating. Something like that. At least that's to my understanding. Because even like -10, even -10 has like a debuff to it. So I'm very surprised. And it looks like only 10 points were activated. So that's why my 4 points of eating is not even working. Because I need 10 points of it. I get it now. I kinda get it now. And I think... Let me check this out. I think... Tigrex armor has fast eating. Yep. Eating. So if I have like full Tigrex armor, I probably have fast eating already. And that's 3 points, 3 points. Oh, hi Evie. So that's why I found out yesterday. I know how it works now. Kind of. Sort of. Here we go, Shangaroo. Hope you're doing good, Evie. That's a new map. Oh shit. I've never been here before. No map? So there's a... Huh? This is scary. This is kind of scary. Okay, I'm doing it. Looks like just a one map. Oh shit. Yeah, dragon. Alright, here we go. That's sick. Ooh. Who are you aiming at? Adapt, baby. That's a hard claw. At least the attacks are all very telegraphed. Eek. Oh, 3, I'll take it. Oh, okay, not 3. Ah. Ow. Help. That's a long bar. Oh my god, I'm getting thrown. Okay, there we go. Oh. Aha, I recognize that. I'm doing it. I'm dead. What does that do? Why does it do like... Oh god. This is tough. Oh, we broke something. That was quick. Alright. I got this, I got this, I got this. That did something. Okay, that big charge is a three separate one. Damn, that's so cool! That was a bad picture though. Oh, delay. He pissed. Actually got lucky. We take those. Double. Oh my god. Instant. Oh my god, instant. I don't need to double. Oh god. Okay, all good. Ooh. Oh, From your left first? Okay. Should I recognize that? I should have gotten my tryhard set. I'm dead. I'm not dead, I lied. God, I hate that move. Oh, it's a lot slower than I thought. Hi, huge cookie, hi. Huge cookie. Oh god. Oh, that counts? That was cheating though. I don't know what that is. Sometimes I just like do like a very big shiny. Ping! Looks like sharpness increase, but I don't know what I did. It seems to come a roll sometimes. Yeah, see? I'm doing it. I can't aim! Oh, that's good. Nice who? That's so cool. Okay, when he jumps out like that, it means that he's pissed. I can roll that one. I'm gonna look at what he's doing first. I don't want to just minus the attack for now. Oh, when it holds back like that. Okay, it's not instant. Nice. I want the tail. I got the tail. Oh, I did. I don't know why I did this. Wait. Oh, okay, I got it. Oh, you meant? Yeah, okay. Wait, why? Why? Another one? Okay, no. Oh yeah. You shoot middle the last. You start from your left, okay? Left, right, middle. Tail abuser? Toys are sus. It's not toy abuse, a tail abuser, not toy. I just want the tail. Nice. Oh, okay, didn't. I remember. I almost rolled. Shankaru is Elder, right? I wrote already. I don't even know. Yo! I run into it, I cannot do anything. Another one? No, enough. I don't know how I keep triggering that sharpness increase, but I'm gonna take it. Not even gonna ask questions. It's just sometimes when I roll, it triggers it. Ow. There we go. Oh shit. Oh, that's so cool. Oh. Should've just went for it. Okay, there we go. I already got the tail. I got greedy. I want it. Worth Dragon Treasure? It's mine now. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. I'm gonna try. Oh, okay. The game just doesn't allow me to put shock traps anymore. Okay. Hey, good to know. Oh, that was nice. Okay. Okay. Very okay. Didn't die once. Damn, that was fun. It's not as hard as I thought, to be honest. But then again, this is just low rank, so. No Dag, what the? Why would you do that to Dag? Oh wait, Tail Abuser. Well, there go Schnick Station's tail. It's mine now. Can I get her? I can get her here? Really? Hey, just right. I was panicking a lot at first, and then I learned their moveset. And then everything went A-okay. I was glad. I guess me tryharding is that me don't get greedy. Prism Wing. Caress? Caress? I got a shout out somehow. I'll take it. I'm gonna drink more water. It feels like whenever when I start streaming and then my throat just feels weird, and then after a few hours it just goes a-okay. Soratorium is complete. Set sail from Burner. New place I can go? Where's the Soratorium? Whoa! Whoa! There's so many places to go? There's one more. Oh, this game's crazy in terms of content. Holy shit. Let's get a material that would be perfect. Right here, the Arctic Ridge. Okay. And then my own. So come in the later, we'll talk more. Oh, okay. Arbitrary wait time again. Can I get this one? Two Elder Dragon bones to mine the sword? Two Elder Dragon bones? Well, I'm not gonna come back here anymore. It needs Elder Dragon bone. Why would I want that? Okay, let's go to the new place. New place. New place. New place. Oh. I'm actually so giddy. Oh my god. Whoa. Oh, this is so cool. Can I do a quest here? Why could there be Soratorium? Guardian Hunter of the Soratorium. Whoa, it's just connected like that? There's 3 ships connected? Hunter's Pub Horns. We can't enter without an official invitation from the guild. Room prepared for our Guardian Hunter. Ah. Laboratory? The Heart and Soul of Airship, okay. Receive quest from this, okay. Ruined Pinnacle. Very high level, so we can consider this the Soratorium's first proper research trip. Already have a problem. Oh! I fucking hate this game. Why is that Kongalala? I'm the Kongalala? I hate the Kongalala. What do you mean? Oh, cool. It's the same, but it's still cool. Nice. Eyes of a Dragon Slayer. Oh, okay. Yeah. There we go. Okay, let me drink real quick. I love how there's so many Dags in my chat. Dags emoji is wonderful. Wiggle. Thank you, thank you. Need to remember to moisturize more. Oh. What was that? What? Okay. Ah, this is way cooler. What's the skill on this? Handicraft unscathed. Yeah, there's a lot of skill that I don't know what it is. It slowly does it, right? In time, I'll learn. But for now, I'm just stupid. Yeah, not much I need here. I mean, I'm not even really putting on as much decorations since there's not a lot of slots to put in, so it's fine. Kitty. The Pro Hunter. Wood scratch. Wow, the timing. Wow. Hey, Funky Skunk. Hey, how are you? I'm doing pretty okay. Hi. Welcome. Oh, wait, I can try it. There we go, that's perfect.我都没有变大。有2首歌听啊，现在有点乱并景。Captain Lamp. I love dragons. Hey! 我也很喜欢龙诶。我也超喜欢龙的好吗？Also, I'm gonna speak Chinese for a little bit. I'll be back speaking English soon. 啊，这个地方很帅耶！ Make interview. Thank you for understanding. Okay. 所以现在我要打空嘎啦啦，然后空嘎啦啦都有点险呢，跟他晒啊！我不想打空嘎啦啦。 哦，那我没有好换 armor 咩？这边我没有好换武器跟 armor 啊。I love dragons very much too. Miss Meowdon? I mean, I'm a kobold for a reason. Hi, fishes. Oh, okay, okay. 应该有换诶。好帅哦！哦，你讲这个 game 才45块，多么值得啊！开玩笑。我找不到 item box 哎，我没有这样蠢哎。哦，哇，就哈？怎么你给我这样多个东西？怎么突然间给我这样多东西 ？OK 了。哦，哎呀，在这边呢，真的是我。可是这边没有换 armor 那些啊，哎呦，这样惨哦。哦，这边。哦，找到了，找到了。Hi Nexus, hello, welcome, welcome. Actually, hi again. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, boy. Hope you're doing good. Oh. I want all gold Magala. 我全部要 gold Magala 的东西。哎，现在太大了，可以啦，可以。那也没有什么。不知道这边有哪 Thunderbug 哦。啊，没有啊。脑 berry 我也没有用到，其实这些 berry 什么的我就不大有用到，我就拿多一点 Dragon Toadstool 就好，因为这个是拿来做 Max Potion 的，感觉以后应该会很有用。65 streaks, wow! My gosh, thank you, Nexus. Doing well. How is Monster Hunter going? Monster Hunter is going really well. I'm on an airship. Look at it, look at it, look at this, look at this. Oh, this is the coolest thing ever. Wait, here. Whoa, and then you have like two, like here's one, there's one, then there's another one airship there. It's like 3 airships in. Oh, it's just so cool. I have the hugest smile on my face right now. Holy shit. I don't know why I'm so excited, but I'm flying. Alright, let's fight that shit Congalala. Yeah. I'm gonna gain experience. Woo!这种大辣辣又有斗志心的，可以的。It's doing what to the racial squad? Pongala is probably flinging shit at them. It's not even a joke. Head to the bow of the ship. Assume the baddest stance as you go out. Like, I needed to tell you that. Okay. I hate this thing. All right, here we go. Bye bye. Oh, so many headpets. Thank you. I didn't see them, but I like headpets. These are all new to me. I've never been here before. Alright, off we go. Just a map? I'm glad I brought everything. Okay, this is where the game comes in. The game will not give you any supplies anymore, just the map. Which is fair enough, to be honest. Dragon Vine? Dragon? Legend says that whenever an ancient dragon stepped, this vine grew, used to make armor. So if a dragon step on me, okay, okay. Dragon steppies? Too thirsty? Have more Psycho Serum? I don't need Psycho Serum, I have them. Just a nap? For free? That's pretty good. I don't need the old pickaxe though, I think I can just like... Ew. Ew. Oh, that was quick. I don't like how the first thing I see is a dead Aptonoth. Oh, there's always a chance to get Dragon Vine? These are berries, I think? Yeah, berries. I don't think berry is gonna give me anything new other than just like gunfire things. Snow herb? Oh, okay. Honestly, I can just use Psycho Serum, but I want to explore this place a little bit. It doesn't really give Dragon Vine other than the first one that I saw. Oh, yeah. Yeah. To my knowledge, Ambrosia is for insect. I'm pretty sure. It's for insect. I can combine Power Charm or something? Why are you wiggling at popcorn? Is it weird that I don't really like popcorn? I don't know. I feel that whenever I had popcorn, it's always like it hurts my teeth. There's always something that's very tough that I cannot really bite into. I was like, nah. It makes me sad. Oh, chicken! Oh my god, it's chicken! Oh, this one is mushroom. Yeah. Any new things? Oh. Can't I know? Carbolite! Oh shit. Oh, so there's a lot of like... I should mine more in this place then. Dragonbone Relic? I'll be back when I come up with a more heartfelt apology that isn't just an excuse for my behavior in your chat. Well... well, I understand, honestly, but... yeah. You can definitely take your time with that. I'll be here always. Don't worry. I don't think I need this. I'm gonna... there. Oh! Ooh. I need light crystal. Meshlight... I mean, it's shiny. I'll take it. Net Ivy... I don't need antidote herb. It's fine. No. I think I used up all my thing. The thing. What's it called again? Berries. I'm pretty sure Kongalala is at 3 or 9. Probably. A herb. I don't think I need this. Now I'm just gonna gather everything because I can get so many dragon stuff. Done. Shogun? Senator? I kinda miss Adept Greatsword. Oh, not Adept, sorry. Valor Greatsword. Ay, I need more space. Fine. I mean, I have a lot of Earth Crystal already. 600 something? God damn it. Okay, we don't get the mushrooms first. That's mushroom, that's mushroom. Oh. So Kongalala can be here. I hate these bitches. Get out! I don't want you! Even the small ones is so tough to kill. They just throw shit. I don't like them. Oh, I already have a lot of these. Oh wow. Realism? That makes sense. The supplies is gonna take a while to arrive. Kongalala. Kongapel Plus? Am I at higher rank? I don't think I am. I guess Kongalala is just high rank. God, this place is great. Also, I can get Dragon Bone Relic from Bones. Of course, I'm gonna search for them. Eh. Dragon Bone Relic. Oh my god. Oh. I love how this place has a lot of dragons in it. Deep Dragon Vine, Dragon Bone Relic, Dragon Ambrosia. There's even light crystal here. Don't need that. We should go find Kongalala now. Oh my god. I need to mine more. I've seen so many things that I need carbonite ore for. Shining Charm? Fine. Right, let's go 789. Oh, we found it. There's no introduction to Kongalala? Good. Good. Fuck you, Kongalala, I don't like you! It's... oh my god, it's already shitting. Whoa, that hurt? I guess I'm in high rank now. Double! Oh my god, the music, I'm gonna cry. Wow, that was fast. What are you doing? Oh, I see. God damn it, you can heal! Oh, I don't like that, yeah. Oh, I don't have a cleanser. Now I cannot heal. Oh no, I tried to roll that. 1, 2. Oh, thank god. Oh, it's pissed. Oh. Oh, okay. I'm going for it. Oh my god. How long does the stench last for? Oh. Wait. Who? Give me a second. I'm being farted on. I don't like it. Oh, you're hungry again. Oh my god, it's a little kobold. Hi. Jade the kobold bucket lamp. Hi. Ooh, give me a second. Yip. Ah, there's a lot of yips going on. VD games? Yeah, right. It's VD game time. Hi. How you doing? I don't think there's much I can do here. Okay, it's running away. Hey, good timing. Hello. Welcome. Yip. Here. I know how to do this. Is it not running away? I don't know. I'm not looking at the screen. Oh, it's not running away. Here, give me a second. What are you playing? Oh, Backpack Hero? I've been playing it for a little bit. It's pretty fun. How was it? Did you went through any hack and city? Oh my god. I hope you're doing good. Welcome in. Also, welcome in, Raiders. My name is Tiora. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love finding games. I do art very rarely. Hello. Kobold sis, how is? I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing very heckin' good. Because I just won the... Oh no. Because I just won against Shagaru Magala. And I'm now on an airship doing quests. I'm on an airship. That works. The floppy monkey attacks. I don't like Kongalala. I don't. Me no likey Kongalala. Also, hopefully Backpack Heroes was fun. Thanks for waiting again. If you need any post-stream care, be sure to take care of yourself, right? Uh oh. It's throwing shit! Ow. that was instant. Okay. I don't like that. Two, three, block. Sorry, kitty. Hey, that's a punch and a half. No! I'm stinky! Whoa. Oh yeah, you're mad. Right. I forgot they do that. Range? Yeah. I think I missed a bunch of chat here. Give me a second. I'm just finding a monkey and my brain is all over the place. Where's it? Oh. Do it again. Oh. All good. Not good. Backpackers was a ton of fun. We were couch co-oping. Oh! I was like, co-op? But it would be a neat idea though, if, you know, if Backpack Heroes have co-op. But I don't know how that would do, or how that would work. Because one rat is already really strong. Where am I? Where's the... Oh, there it is. I need. Or I don't need because I'm too full. Oh wait, I can deposit things. Let me see if I'm missing anyone. Metal Draco? There's so many kobolds and there's so many yips! And dragons too. Metal Draco is one. And also Jade. There it is. I don't think I'm missing anyone. Sorry, my brain's all over the place. Is it just me or is there no bugs here? Oh wait, I didn't mean to. Nice. Any free items, I'm gonna get them. If they are free. I'm gonna assume this is high ranks just because how much more painful it is than than Shagaru. I don't like that. Why are you bullying Ethanoff? Oh. Now I'm bullying Ethanoff. What are they doing? I'm sorry. I'm stinky now. Aw. Oh, that's so weird. Tremor sheathed my weapon. Oh, you're limping? I don't know. I don't feel like I want to... I don't feel like I want to capture a monkey. It's not even a dragon. Where are you? I don't want to capture a monkey. Must kill. Shiny's first, very important. Must get shiny. Wake up! Wake up! That was cool. I like it. Oh gosh, diggity dang, how much health do you have? Oh, I see. It makes me feel sad that I need to interrupt someone else's food time. Ooh, recovers way quickly. Ooh, that was instant. Hey! We kill monkey. We kill monkey. Albrecht. I'm sorry if I butchered your name. The Zoror. Good evening, how is you? Good evening. Hello. I'm doing pretty okay. I am enjoying this game a lot because I just won against Shagaru. And now I'm on an airship doing quests. It's like I'm flying. Like, this game is... It was on a discount. It cost 45 ringgit. About 45.95. 45 ringgit 95 cents. So it's like... so worth. And I've been playing this, and then there's so many content. There's so many things I can do. God, I'm so happy. I'm doing very good, by the way. I'm just gushing about this game so much lately. What? That scared me. What the fuck is that? Narix! Let's go! Good quest complete. Returning supply items. Okay, we don't need to fight it. Okay. Okay. So I guess there's like a target spotted kind of situation. Godzilla. Oh, I don't like this dead silence. Miyasato can now go on a high rank expedition. So it is high rank. It was high rank. No wonder I died so quickly. Oh yeah? Just grades the Sorotorm as it passed. Legendary Elder Dragon. Oh yeah, Valstrax is an Elder, I forgot. I was thinking about capturing already. Nobody's ever seen it in person. Documented in ancient tablets. These are all canon for Narix, by the way. Nice, hi Sogitos. Been a while. Hope you're doing good. Ooh. Form of an argent dragon with innumerable wings, huh? Like 6, I guess? Upon the very stars themselves to rend the earth. Okay. Sounds cool. We saw a red comet, then Valstrax appeared. Chase down Valstrax on his ship our technology and investigate how we can handle this important mission. Ooh, okay. Sorotorm ticket. Oh, you're here too? Oh my god. Moonbreaker, Chaos Soil. What? There's so many skills. Wait, let me read it up. Devouring Demon. Attack power during set your health will continue to drain but can be restored by landing hits? The demon's price for this pack is vitality itself. You must hunt lest the demon extract its price from you. Yo, okay, we have lifesteal now? Okay, cool. We have lifesteal on a continuous DPS weapon. Remember that shit. Okay. What else do we have? Great Sword. Twist your body to channel all the energy into the downward slash. Sword way to break body parts. Oh, I need to play Great Sword. I need to change the Great Sword right now. Hi Kobo. Hi Shredder. Love to Kobo. Wow. I need to play long Great Sword. Oh, nice. Wait, they're all shiny. Scrap, skill, scrap. Just in lovable mood. Hey, that's fair enough. kind of want T-Rex's armor, I think. Do I want T-Rex armor? I'm gonna have fast eating if I have T-Rex armor, right? Tree. Oh no, why are you there, T-Rex? God damn it. Okay. Oh. Too much? Oh, that's perfect. One kitty is just stranded. Thanks for pets. And Snuggles. Hey. I love dragon Snuggles. They're great. Luminous Smelting. Tree Knight or Rook Talisman to create one Shining Charm. I can do once. Great Sword, good. Now I can play Valor Great Sword again. And I'm gonna fly Moonbreaker. I can fly. Foodie? No, I'll get Foodie. Hope you haven't heard or seen. And I know you like reptiles in general with an extra special place in your heart for dragons. There's a new VN card. I wanna hug that gator? Is it on Steam? I'm going to Steam right now. Immediate. This is huge. This is huge. Oh, sorry. You guys can hear the stuttering, right? Sorry. My PC's dying. Don't worry about it. Sorry. Oh god. I promise my PC is okay. just a little bit stuttering. We love how Steam just consumes every available resource your machine has when downloading stuff. I know, right? God damn it, Steam. Why are you so thirsty? Stop. Thank you. Okay. Oh my god. I'm so sorry for your ears. I wanna hug that gator. Overwhelmingly positive? I wanna hug that gator. I mean, gator is Wani, so yeah. Wishlisted. I need it. Wishlisted. Immediate wishlist. I love the art style. I know you guys cannot look at it. It's fine. Okay. I closed Steam. Steam has been closed. Oh, you know what that art style reminds me of? Have you played Later Alligator? And then there's one mini game where it becomes a dating sim. It reminds me of that art style, if not similar. I was going to recommend the games on Steam, so a single screenshot on that wishlist button got smashed. Yeah. It could be a parody. Yeah, right? Oh yeah, have I ever said I hope you're doing good, Christ? Welcome. Hmm. Oh, we are high rank now. We are high rank now. Defiant Macau. Ruined Pinnacle ruined. It does, right? Wyvernake delivery? No, thank you. Born Apple. Seltas? Is Seltas a boss or is Seltas like a small monster? No, no, Kecha, watch out. Why are you in my game? Never seen a Geodrome before. Okay, so we're back at small monsters, which I don't mind. Let's do... Yeah, let's do these. Why not? Go, 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 go. Gosh, we're finally high rank. I'm becoming so stoned. Where am I? Right, this is high rank. You just put me randomly in a place now. I forgot. I actually forgot this is high rank now. And in old games, high rank just put you anywhere and or put you at the base. Put you at the base camp, but there's nothing you can take. I'm okay with this. I do have Psycho Serum, so it's not gonna be a big deal. I just need all the Dragon Vine I can get. I'll focus on these and also mining. Oh, this one is just Ambrosias. Oh. We're finding Great Macau, right? And then there's one danger. I love shiny. Must get all the shiny. You'll be surprised by how much Earth Crystal I have and Iron Ore. Just because I keep mining things. But I think it's because of some packs that I have for this game. It just gives like a certain amount of Iron Ore and Earth Crystals when you first open up the game. Can I go down? Oh. Oh. What are you doing? Don't hurt them. Thank you, Psycho Serum. Chicken. 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 Oh, delayed too much. I love this chicken. Can I get a fly here? Moonbreak. Moonbreak. Oh, come on. I want to see Moonbreaker. Moonbreaker. Yep. I almost died from that. I'm pretty sure that will kill me. I got greedy. Again? So hiring it will do twice. Yep. That's gonna hurt. Woohoo! Yep. Ooh, I got you baited. Can I just say that I love this music? Oh. My god, high rank chicken is so strong. Do it again. Oh, I'm out of valor. Crap. Brief of hi. Welcome. Hope they're doing heckin' good. Moonbreaker. Ooh, got him. Then broke my PC for a little bit somehow. I love Valor, great sword. I'm dead. Moonbreaker. Oh, that's cool as fuck. Yeah, I'm slowly walking towards you. How about that, huh? Oh, it's not limping yet. Wow. It is truly high rank. Chicken strong. Chicken very strong. Oh, you're not gonna do it. Wait. Oh, okay. Okay, I got you baited. Another one? What just happened? I thought it was too far. Ooh, got the tail. Ooh, that's gonna hurt. Yeah. Oh, oh, oh. Okay, might be a little bit too much. I honestly kind of wanted to capture it, and then I didn't stop myself. I was in the zone. No, I was in the zone. Sorry. Oops. Yeah, what can I say? Valor Great Sword, am I right? Valor Great Sword is too strong. It's the fact that I can charge and then dash in with a big boy charge cut. That's like the key move right there. And then the fact that after I sheath, the first cut can be immediately cancelled into Valor Stance. It's so stonk. I love Valor Greatsword. So far there's like 3 main playstyle I have. Valor Greatsword, Adair.
Right now, couple, but you've been a yip for me for the next 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll yip. I'll yip. I'm yipping. And Cowboy's yipping. Hi, Narix. Welcome, welcome. Look, Narix, look. I'm on an airship. Oh my god. And I saw you for a brief moment. You as in Valstrax. The Soratorium. It's the best thing ever. I'm fine. I'll get this one. That was a random warning. That was cool as heck. It scared me too. because my headphone is set to very loud and I just suddenly go. It's like, oh god. A kinda scary NGL. Kinda scary. Can I upgrade anything? Oh. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna get so stoned. Chain slaughter. Chain slaughter? Oh, that needs so much carbonite ore. Ew, no. No. Oh, these are high rank armor, right? Yeah, high rank armor. Three slots? Yo.
Oh yeah, also I realized how this game's skill works now. Last night I was checking out the status and then I was like, oh god, that's how it works. Here. I saw this like antivirus and guard -1, right? -1? And I scroll to the next page like, oh. I see how it works. 10 points of each skill will activate that one. Minus 10 points of that skill will become a debuff. It's like, oh god. I didn't think that's a thing, but it's a thing. It can be a debuff. Tonight, you okay with more hunting? should be okay. If I can, then I message you lor. I'll be like, oh my, I can play the game. Wound Azros' front leg. Okay. Today is another Celestial Wyverian print. Another ticket to exchange for metals. Oh. Why use Celestial Wyverian print when you can just hunt them? and farm them? I have Psycho Serum. I think Psycho Serum is the most important thing right now. Since it's like high rank and yeah. I'll be put on. I'll cut your tail. Okay. My Celestial Wyverian print. Okay. Don't cut my tail. Stretch that bone. Okay. Oh God! I'm stretching. Don't kill me. Hi. I don't know what I'm doing. I must learn. Gonna finish some more writing. Okay. Good luck with your writing, Kim. Christ. Appreciate you stopping by. Today I have a lot of hiccups. I don't know why. Ah, you missed. Wow. Worth. What? Oh, it's behind. Is it just me or are you more active? Ah, yay. There we go. Moonbreaker. That's so fucking cool. Oh my god. I'm getting bullied. Ow. Ow. Oh, that feels good. What are you doing? Oh, that's a grab. Right. Yay, I'm dying. What? I got him. Are you coming away? Okay. I won't be leaving door, just gonna concentrate time. Oh, but still, good luck with writing. Hi, Kobo, how are you? You cute. What? I'm doing very good because I'm seeing a lot of caught dragons today in this game. Hope you're doing good. Welcome in. I mean, Azeroth should not be a big problem. It's kind of slow. I'm gonna open up with... Oh. Moonbreaker. Oh my god, it's a mounting attack. Free? I don't care. Free. That's right. Moonbreaker. Yep. Another one, baby. I'm okay. Why are you doing that? I'm going in. Worth. Wait, I got saved by the bomb. Moonbreaker! Wow, that works. Is the S? Oh, it is, okay. Oh, we got 3. Ooh, I got so lucky. Ooh. Sorry, chicken. Fun stuff? I know, right? There's so many dragons in this game. Like, I know it's Monster Hunter, but this game has so many things to do. Azeroth shouldn't be an issue. Afflicted Azeroth introduces himself. Haha, but I'm playing GU though. This is not a rice, so it should be fine. Do I capture or do I kill? EP? I mean, it's EP. Okay, let's capture it. But I didn't capture the chicken though. Okay, I'm killing it. Sorry. Die. Die. Wake up! Moonbreaker! Oh. No! I don't wanna! Let me out! Let me out! I don't know why I charged that one. Got him! I killed the bear. Stout bone? Shiny. Dragonvine? Oh, Dragonvine. Dragonvine. Can I jump? I mean, even though they're high rank, I still feel like they're pretty easy. They're not too hard. They're not too hard, which is good. I mean, it's probably because of Moonbreaker. Moonbreaker. God, do I love Moonbreaker. Prevents damage from environmental effect. I just like the feline defender. Okay, at least I got feline defender. I'm just gonna spam some quest, get to as much star as possible, as quickly as possible, so yeah, here we go. I might need to kill these things. Steppe. Ancestral Steppe? Steppe? Alright, here we go. Valor Greatsword OP. I honestly just feel like Valor Greatsword is pretty simple to play. Although to be fair, Greatsword is very straightforward, so yeah. Are you here? Why are they so uneasy? Can I just say Aptonoth is absolutely adorable? I always love Aptonoth a lot. it looks like Parasaur, my personal favorite dinosaur. Parasaur is just so adorable. Have you seen them? Have you seen Parasaur? Gosh, they're so adorable. I love them. Psycho Serum. The Psycho Serum because I'm lazy. Chicken. Chicken. Oh yeah, you don't have it. Right, you don't have that. I'm charging, I don't care. Oh. No, my Moonbreaker! Nah. I'm running away. Moonbreaker! Ow. I'll take the trade. Chicken up! I need healing. I'm in pain. Oh, milk is that, no wonder. Oh, they're shiny. Why you bullying my kitty? That's double shiny. It hurts whenever I see the Mega Pickaxe broke. I'm only left with 100 of them. I need more. Pickaxe is essential to get shine. Oh. Wait. How'd you get there? This be right? Oh, okay, okay. Oh, chicken man. Yeah. Moonbreaker. Ow. What? No! Why the fuck is a pig here? God damn it. Must kill pig. Must kill pig. Oh. This is why we kill all Bodrum. I'm holding it. How long are you charging it? Wow, it's just waiting. I pressed it too late. Yeah, that's right. Asshole! I'll kill you! Can I charge immediately? Moonbreaker! I'll take it. I can't. Oh my god, this pig! I hate this pig. Die! Must kill. Get out of here! Moonbreaker. That's cool. I love Moonbreaker. How did I miss? Oh, now you're going away? No, you're not going away, you asshole. You came in, messed up my fucking hunt, and now you're running away. I don't take that shit. You're dead. I'm eating boar meat tonight. Come here, asshole. I'll kill you. That's right. Are you dead? Oh jeez, I didn't know you're so weak. I'm sorry. Vibrant heart. Hi. Demo was beast mode. I know how you feel about Master being a party crusher, right? I goddamn it, Bodrum. I don't like it. I don't like Bodrum. Although I'm very, very surprised that I killed it in such a short... I killed it in less than 3 minutes, I think. Not even gonna complain. Must eat meat. Also, I hope you're doing good. Chicken! I was trying to greet people. Sorry. Oh, thanks, Bonk. You wanna charge? Yeah, looks like you're gonna charge in. Moonbreaker. Wait. Can I sever the tail? Never tried it. Yay! Sweet Gore Magala armor set. I know, right? I love it. It's purple. Like last night I played after I finished badminton, and it's surprisingly easy to farm this armor set. Yay. Oh, chicken is too fast. I'm waiting for it here. It's gonna charge in anyway, yeah. Yep. Moonbreaker! I must always shout the name. It's the most important step. Not only Moonbreaker sounds cool, it looks cool. No. Oh, you're tired now? Okay. Wait, you are limping? I'm doing it. Boom! Are you... Bonk? Bonk? It's going that way. I don't think I need Psycho Serum for this. Yeah. Chicken. Oh! Abdonov, please! Abdonov is asking to be killed! Moonbreaker! Oh. I was trying to be cool. Oh. A Moonbreaker loading screen. 1, 2, boom. I missed. I hate it here. Enki? Enki? There we go. I love this game. I fucking love this game. Oh my god. Moonbreaker! It would suck if you didn't move and KO when you went to the next zone. Yeah, I would hate this game. But now I love this game because I did everything cool and it works. Shiny. But all jokes aside, I am genuinely enjoying this game with a bigger smile on my face right now. It's so good. And to think that this game was on a huge discount. I think this game cost 45 ringgit, which is like $10, I think. Yeah, $10. It was in 75% discount and I bought it. Haven't regretted it since. It's so worth it. I'm just gushing about this game right now. It's so good. Like, have I ever mentioned how charming it is? Like, old Monster Hunter games are very charming. There's so many, like, I'm not saying that the newer version of Monster Hunter is not it's not paying attention to detail, albeit it's even more. But the old Monster Hunter, it's not only charming, it has like some comedic event to it, like comedic timing. Sometimes it's funny. I've got Geo myself because I needed it because of past monster from 4 Ultimate. I'm looking at this one, and I played Monster Hunter Frontier Z. It was G, and then it became Monster Hunter Frontier Z, and then I remember there's like Tianxiang Long, which is like a battle on an airship. So I'm seeing airship, that's why I'm super excited, because there's probably gonna be a lot of like flying dragons that I find against. I'm so excited. I want to just spam all the quests and get to as many stars as possible, as quickly as possible. Chicken. I cannot wait. I wanna look at more. Freaking. Alright, I don't think I need to go to Armory for now. Just do the quest real quick. Ten Conga, 1 Conga Lala. I hate the monkey. Do I have to do this? For sure not gathering. Is Steltas... I'll break the Steltas horn. Steltas is the boss? Shit, I don't know what Steltas is. It looks like a bug. The killer rabbit of Arctic Ridge. I don't want to do Kongalala because I hate Kongalala with a passion. I don't like monkey. I don't like the monkey that's just throwing shit around. Alright, here we go. Whee! A few monsters I want to have armors made from. If I'm trying to think about which armor I love the most currently, it's hard to say. But immediately Kufthrov's armor just like pop into my brain. I know Kuftrov is not in this game, but like in a Monster Hunter in general. Damn, that's cool. Have a map. Thanks, game. I don't think this place has a lot of Dragon Vine.
Hello. And welcome.
Hey, thank you. I missed that area. It would bring me back from 4 Ultimate. Oh, this is a map from 4 Ultimate? Oh. See, I never play any handheld Monster Hunter. That's why, like, I only played Monster Hunter 2 for a little bit. And then I played Monster Hunter Frontier from G to Z. And then it was Monster Hunter World. And then Rise. And then I have Switch and I just bought Monster Hunter GU. Well worth the money. And thanks for the follow again. Appreciate. Oh. Oh. Oh, another one. It's a nest. Okay. I love the leaf blowing effect. It's good.
Why you bullying me?
I'm not bullying anyone though. If on Weapon X, Area 5 has it. Oh, I don't want to transport it though. I hate transportation quest. You are a bug, okay. Oh, I hate it. Oh god. Oh, why are you a thing? Did you know that I'm afraid of bugs? No. I had a feeling. I had a feeling. Oh, it's Jet. Okay, back and forth. Oh, sorry? Ow. Oh no, that looks wrong. I mean, it's bug behavior, right? It's normal. Moonbreaker. I don't like how that's instant. Do it again. Drone substance. Drone? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yay. I get too high up. I had a feeling. Moonbreaker I missed. Okay. Oh my god. Help. I'll take it. This is one very tough bug, what can I say? Yep. Oh, back and forth. Right, I forgot. Moonbreaker. Moonbreaker. It's okay, I have a lot of honey. Conchu? I don't know why I'm hitting Conchu, but I'm doing it. Can I carve it? Wait. Let me... Thank you. Thank you. Back and forth? Once? Okay. Yep. Moonbreaker. I missed. Yeah, but Moon... Is that limping? That has to be limping, right? Oh no. Green substance? Oh, that gets my defense down, okay. Oh, Conchu. It's too quick. I'm not even gonna charge it. Back and forth. You got him. Oh, Conchu! Conchu. Oh. Oh, I can get Dragonite here. Zelda's is not too hard, I feel like. Maybe just because Greatsword can constantly attack and attack her even though she's like airborne. Are you going away again? Okay. Oh god, I have to climb all this. I suddenly have a newfound hatred towards Zeldas. Okay, Moonbreaker from here. Mega Moonbreaker! What? Did I hit him? Did I hit her? Oh, come on, please tell me that I hit her. Mega Moonbreaker! I need to check back the clip on that one. Holy shit. I wish that hit. Country. Good hand. Good hand. Yeah, it feels like... Greatsword is really good against Zeldas. Oh, don't twitch like that. Oh god. It's one thing that I fear about bugs. Wait, can't you? Ah! Clips? I don't think I have that. Sorry. Yeah, speaking of clips, I find that when people shout out having clips, like random clips played, even though people say that having featured clips and then it will... Well, not people saying, but Twitch saying it, that even when you have featured clips on, and then Twitch will choose the featured clips over random ones. And I was like, oh cool. And then I have a bunch of featured clips, but they never get shouted out. You know, like people have Clippy or something like that. And then sometimes they will show like my very, very old clips. And I was like, oh god. You know, back then when I used camera to stream my old characters and stuff. It's just so embarrassing. Have good luck, Solar. Oh, did you guys know it's Good Friday here? Happy Good Friday. What? Hi. Oh. Too late, already touched all the shinies. Well, touching is fine. Don't steal them. They're mine. My hard-earned shinies. Slider? Easier to escape when pinned up by large monster. Oh. Me. Happy Good Friday. Because it's Good Friday, so my sisters are not working and my mom doesn't come to my room today. Oh, I think these days, I don't think my mom will join us with the stream, so I'm okay with that. Sometimes Dragon Mom will comes in and then just like chill. It's like, hey, cool. You're mine, so they're mine too. Dark Horde rules, I don't make them. Well, I make the rules that those are my shiny. That's right, Kobo making rules though. I want my shiny. Catcha watcha. Oh, fine. I don't like ketchup, watcha. Yeah, but you're my shiny. Maybe? There's so many. Is that Schnoot? Sniff. Of course. Ah, shit, I don't remember the map. I can go down. Where in the fuck's name am I? M3, you get hoarded regardless. Fine, fine. Just my shiny. What's your main weapon? I play... Ooh, it's hard to choose a main, but I play a lot of greatsword, a lot of longsword, and switch axe, and sword and shield. And mostly, I play most melee weapons, and I play a little bit of gun lance as well. But my main, I guess it has to be Valor... yeah, Valor Greatsword? It's just so good. Yeah, I hear Ketchup, watch out. I don't like you. But of course, at least I paintball you. No. Are you saying that you can just... Oh my god, I hate this. Oh, you can glide? Forever just slapping? Okay. What was that? Oh! Oh, environment... I'm sorry? I forgot. Tremor will sheath by a weapon. Right, I said. Sure. I forgot I cannot... There's no airborne control. I missed. Get down, Moonbreaker. Oh no. I'm so bad. Oh yeah, you do that. So, head is not weak point anymore? I assume. I mean, it still kinda hurts, I guess. Oh yeah, I forgot this. Forever pounding. Oh, Aloe Feather. Uh-oh. Move break. I'm too far. Hey, malicious magpie. With attack? Oh, okay. Ooh, range. Do something? Not that worth. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. This is such a weird plane to fight with. I'm not staying at your turf. Get out of here. Worth. Moonbreaker. I hit. Yay. Shipping. I should have held it. I don't like Kecha Wacha. You. I hope this is the only time I need to fight him. I don't know, it's not even dragon. Four? Oh, I main adapt longsword aerial hammer. Aerial hammer? And valor gunlance. Ooh. I play striker gunlance. So that I can spam hunter arts. Hammer, I play guild or striker again. That whiffed. Oh, wait, forever pounding. Moonbreaker. Oh, yay. Oh. I can't aim. Gonna be too greedy against Catcher Watcher. Oh, that happens. Three hits? Damn. Okay. Oh, that looks so jank. No, by your third hit, S hit. Ooh. Okay. Well, just no fun fighting against Catcher Watcher. Oh god, the paintball. Oh. Where'd you go? Dude, why is there two? I thought that's not gonna hit. Yeah. I'm killing you. I don't want to capture you. No capturing this thing, I hate it. Must kill. Moonbreaker. Don't go. Oh yeah, I forgot about paintball. Oh, I should paintball. Oh, hi Niche. Welcome. It's been a while. Hope you're doing good. Oh, is this Delta? Is this Deltas? I'm actually kind of curious what it is. Wait, let me paintball you first. Okay, done. Oh my god. You and your running is a fucking... I just hate it when running is a hit. It's so shitty. I think it's, must be 9. Yet they keep going together. Okay. Oh no, that's his turn. It is Deltas. What? Oh, wait, whoever you are, you're amazing. Thank you. A squeak squeak hefty fat strolling through. It's hefty red. We love reds here. Reds are heckin' amazing. How you doing? Thanks for the follow. I don't even want to see what the monster is anymore. Lazy. I don't think I want to find it at its turf. Oh, good. I mean, that's all you can do when I'm far away. Hehe. Got myself some mushroom friend. There you are. I'm not going to fight you on your turf. What? Okay, that was weird, but it's okay. Changing map. Doing great on the stroll through the VTuber section. Hoping to find interesting people to follow so I can catch their future streams. Oh! Good luck on your find. Oh, I don't know if you find one here, but... I've just recently been very interested in playing Masato GU. No, I don't want to fight you on your turf. You did. I'll take the trade. Moonbreaker. Oh, that was cool! Get Moonbreaker ED. Moonbreaker. I found one here for sure. Oh my god. It could be me, I'll take it. God, oh my god. That made me feel so weird. Nah, I don't know if it's me. I noticed your great sword is made for Mizu. Heckin' love Mizu. Mizu Tune. Very, very nice. Wait, you're not shiny. Wait, how do I get that one? Oh wow! Wait, that's a custom animation when I'm climbing? One-handed flags? That's so cool. Rust shard. Looks like a lump of dirt, but it's actually rusted metal. Try polishing it. How do I even polish it? Oh. Rusted greatsword. Affinity minus 70%? I found the best weapon. I want to upgrade that weapon. It must be some sort of a... what do you call that? Some sort of hidden treasure weapon. It might just be Excalibur. This one. It became... huh? Unlock the level 3. You need Earth Crystal and Master Fluid? Sure. More Earth Crystal and Master Fluid. Why is there a golden crown? Tarnished Greatsword. Okay. Whoa. What did I say? What did I say? Hidden treasure. Elder Dragon Daura weapon? Holy shit! Ancient Blade. 33 dragon element is pretty high, no? I need blade. Oh god. What? Celestial sword? It's made of Celtas. Also, I love how the Go Magala weapons are all like things that I don't know how to pronounce. Suture Ankh. And then you have. Oh yeah, these are high rank weapons. Of course, they are way stronger. You have Salfax. I don't know what these are. Monsieur Gore. Oh, cuckoo. Well, that's a really good sharpness. I'm taking my slow time with GU, and whenever I get to Harvest Tour that area, I'm never leaving the area until time runs out. Whoa. I don't think I can do that. Does large monsters spawn during Harvest Tour? I'm gonna change weapon. I played Adept Longsword, I played Valor Greatsword. Which one would fit best for Sword and Shield? I think Sword and Shield is like support. You can also shake special alchemy barrel to create alchemy items, power your SP state and more. I mean, if I'm playing online with other people, I might just go for this one when I'm playing Sword and Shield. I tried out Adept and Valor, they both feel very weird. Aerial... Striker? Yeah, I'm feeling Striker too. Because Perfect Rush is the only attack, and Perfect Rush is the attack that is only in World and afterwards, right? And Guild doesn't give Perfect Rush. There's only like charge attack. I'm going Striker. Charges 4 in Kojo's blade in a special mixture that ignites on friction with your shield. Combines the effect of all other oils purely because some lazy hunter didn't want to apply them one by one. Can be used in combination with the existing oil. Oh. Tiara Koboldi, hi! Hello Dinophos, welcome. This is good, right? Sword stance. 5 times a graceful dance-like sequence, useful for dealing elemental damage and to hard body parts. It may continue attacking even if a hit is repelled. Ooh, that's really good though. So it's M, XS. I think round force is pretty good. I want round force. Combo sounds good. Shoryuken is very fun though. Extra hit to the shield bash, turning into a strong 2-hit combo. You know what? I'm gonna do sword dance. I'm gonna dance. Just enjoying Eat Venture on my phone. Eat Venture? Like a mobile game? I've been playing a lot of Ooh La La Idol Adventure. It's fun. A lot of cute like pets in there. Still training. Oh, hiring. Moodrum. Nah. I wanna get. I wanna get. Gormagala. Because Gormagala is hot. Have you seen Gormagala? Oh, that's a good place. A little bit. Yeah. Oh, that was too harsh. Too powerful. That works. Eating +1. Light eater. Poison +1. Thunder resistance -10. What? What? I'll do 1. Alright, let's play some Sword and Shield. Hi? A Red Spear Hunter. What? It's a mobile game? Nice, nice. I haven't really got a lot of time to play mobile game lately. That's why I play like idle adventure games. I don't need too much attention to the game. Just open it up every once in a while and that's good enough. Me. Nice too. Alright, let's do more quests. Giadrum Lagombi. What's in Rich? Okay. Rich, I need cold, no, hot drinks. It's already cold enough. Let's do it! I'm also gonna see myself as a Koraidon this morning. See yourself as a Koraidon in the morning. Well, I'm not too sure what that means, but Koraidon is hot. Koraidon's great. I should know where Gia Prey is, or Geodrome. I'm not gonna use Psycho Serum first. Is there a place to buy Psycho Serum? No, right? Oh. What are those shiny things? Oh wait, I remember those things. Dracophage? Yeah. PTSD are coming back. I remember these things are in Monster Hunter 2. Oh my god, absolute dick. Shocking extract. Yeah, come on, hit me then, hit me. Oh, I'm not looking at you. What are you gonna do? Ugh. Excuse me? My scaly sister Dindrin will also be in an artwork as well. Oh, like a commissioned art. Hey, good on ya. Good for you. Must kill all pig. Must kill pig. So I'm getting all the plus stuff now. They're all high rank stuff. Any new stuff here? Don't do it. Oh. Ice is afraid of fire, right? We found a good choice of weapon here. Don't think I can craft that. Oh, I can. 3. There it is. No, I know the fight at the loading screen, the asshat. Yep. My favorite music is back. I don't know why I like it. It's good. They're fighting at the loading screen. I can lure it here. Usually when you sharpen your weapon, the boss is like, oh my god, someone's sharpening. Look at that! Immediately had my way, and then once I'm done sharpening, it went back to milk. This bitch, I swear to god. What do you do? Nice. Oh, I just wanted the shiny. Chaos Oil? Oh. Oh, how did I stun you? Oh, wait, every hit costs stun? Is it because of Chaos Oil? Probably. Ow. Chaos Oil might just be OP. Oh my god. Look, all weapons are OP in this game, okay? Whoa, Chaos Oil lasts for 10 years, it's so good. Oh, the shiny is gone, god damn it. Don't do it. At least wait until I finish. Alright, thank you. Oh, I can capture it, right? It's been a while. Let's capture something. There you go. Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep. I also custom colored a 3D Rathalos model and made it blue, but it ended up making one of my friend's eye hurt, so I had to reduce the blue color. I think it's like way too saturated. Too much saturation and brightness can really hurt someone's eye. So usually when we color something, we have to think about like if it's too hurtful to the eye, if it's too too much. Sometimes it happens. Bird Wyvern gem. Oh, a gem. Burlesque of healing. Okay. Artful Dodger. I'm sure you figure out like a color you want, without hurting eyes too. It takes time. It's not easy. Oh, hey! Chase some Russian tricks for your wife. They don't want to center in dangerous situations. Oh. Barif? Oh, it's Barif, not Barioth. Barif is not even that scary, no? Alright, let's do it. Exquisite rice. My inner Asian is very happy. Exquisite rice. I make the blue a darker color as the result. I believe turning down saturation and brightness can help. To be fair, I was there, right? My first Dragoness character is so like rainbow color, it's just too much, and I turned down the color a lot. Make it. I made it pink white yellow mix. Oh, this one? In desert? Oh god. I need... Wait, desert is not dunes, right? I think I'm still gonna need cold and hot drinks. I need both. Alright, off we go. A barrier shouldn't be too hard. I mean, it's like the first few monsters in world. Oh, this is a Monster Hunter 2 map. I remember this. Oh god. Okay, okay. Is it Monster Hunter 2? I think it is. Monster Hunter 2 map. Ooh, I hate the desert. Okay, here we go. One map. Oh, it's bringing me back memories. So I need cold drink. I can wave to this, right? Hey. It's a number 1, thank you. Who are you fighting against? Right. Oh yeah, bad. You know, look, I don't remember shit. Okay, I can immediately forget about one thing. It's scary sometimes. Wait, this map is also in Monster Hunter Frontier. Wait, it's a Frontier map or a 2 map? I don't know. Oh wait, it's a Frontier map. I'm stupid. It's not 2. Shadowy Rathalos is my custom Rathalos. He has the most health out of all the characters. Cool. Uh-oh. Yeah, I heard something. Why are you so small? You look different. Right, okay, you have to scream. And the thick tail. Oh yeah, you're covered in mud. True. Oh yeah, that's the music that I hate. I remember I was struggling so much in this map, so back then. I hate this music. Dun, 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 dun. Nah, actually it's good. Not even gonna hate on it, it's actually good. Yay. Wow, holy shit, turn! Fair enough. Oh yeah, I don't have back. I forgot I don't have backstab. It's only for guild, I think. Cool. Oh god, the app stores are going insane. I mean, that's what they get. How much do you like the musical? You mean the music in general in this game? They're all super good. Be it village themes, monster themes, stage themes, all very fucking good. You cannot go wrong with Monster Hunter themes. Oh, I broke the hand. Oh my god, Absaros, what are you doing? And Chaos Oil makes my attack not deflected? OP. Holy shit. I should just say that I'm a huge fan of Monster Hunter. I play very casually, but boy do I love Monster Hunter a lot. I love challenging games and I love dragons. I think it's fair to consider Monster Hunter as like a challenging game, right? It'd be funny if I can break the head with this. Oh. I don't want it, I don't want it, I don't want it. Okay. There we go. Wow, I still have Chaos Oil, come on. Go! You. Oh, that's bad. Oh yeah, you beat out. All good, all good, all good, all good. Give the charge. You did charge again, okay. That was instant. Nah. I will not take the chance. Give him the charge again. No charging. I've been a fan of Monster Hunter since for Ultimate. I'll never stop playing the series. Same. Honestly, same. Well, not same because my first Monster Hunter... I would say my first real Monster Hunter experience is Frontier. Not 2, because when I was playing Monster Hunter 2, I have no idea what I'm doing. And the game is fucking tough. Oh, yay. Nah, I'm running out this one. Oh. Okay, don't forget I can block. Yeah, I was cool. I was being cool though. Hi again, Cutie Kobo. Wow. Hi again, Welsh Furry Gaming. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing heckin' good. Yay. I did paintball. Cool, cool, cool. Oh wait, I remember Welsh said you're a dragon, right? I just remembered. Alright, Chaos Oil. God, no! My Chaos Oil gun! I didn't know you do that. Okay. Glad to meet another fan of Monster Hunter. Same. It's always nice. Monster Hunter is just great. Not only the game is fun, but the monster designs are really good. And very unique to say the least. Charge? Yay. Oh. That's cool. Am I gonna charge? Sort of. Also, Monster Hunter is like with punish patience the game. I'm dead. I'm not dead. I'm blocking. I lied. Where's milk? Okay, thank goodness your tail is not long enough. What, you're going away again? Okay, this is mildly annoying that it just keeps going away. I only play Monster Hunter Stories 2 since you can have monsters as allies. Fair enough. So a green Rakdos plushie at the convention, but it was $50. If I had more cash, I would it looks so cute. Most ever spent on plushie by far is $42. It's just I have a lot of plushie. And then now I cannot, well, those plushies I bought is like from long ago. These days I cannot even afford plushies as much because well, I have to take care of dad's stuff, so that's why financially very, very tight. Not as loose as I was before. I mean, if I can, I'll definitely buy more plushies. It's never enough. That turn. I'll take it, that was cool. Charge? There we go, we got the coating! Haha! Now I can try to break the head again. What? Okay, maybe not. I'm sorry. Oh, finally! This is a really good ledge placement. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. You shout all you want, okay. Oh man. I have so many plushies that I could come up with plushies with how much I have. It's so nice. I have two squishables, one Dragalia Lost Brun Hilda. 3. I think that's pretty much it. I think me having 3 is already a lot. To be fair, it is a lot. I love plushies, especially when it's dragon plushies. My god, I'm sold. Oh, loading screen? Hope not. Hip check, missed. That tail swipe is instant, I hate it. Oh, I forgot the paintball. It's okay, I have Psycho Serum. Oh, okay, I don't need to guess, thank god. Thank goodness I don't need to guess. I actually forgot Barrow can dig underneath. Can Barrow do it in World? Mudbab? Okay, that's actually very adorable. Oh, look at this little puppy! Oh my god! Little Popo is taking a bath. I'm gonna cry. It's so fucking adorable. Here, let me capture you. Alright. It's just taking a bath. Oh. I was like, oh, oh, oh. It's stepping into the mud, it's stepping into the mud. And then the bath, like, there it is. It's cute. This game is cute. I can seriously just play Monster Hunter for a long time. It's too fun. It's too good. Like I spend 12 hours on World. It's probably a small Breen! Hi Breen! How was your Sabaton, or is it a Sabaton? Birthday-a-ton. I'm still awake. I'm so surprised they're still awake. Didn't you just finish like a 24-hour stream? Oh, I still hope you're doing good. Hello. Took a 2-hour nap. Oh god. Okay, it's better than nothing. I do hope the stream went very well though. Actually, I don't need to look at armors for now. Everything looks pretty okay. Oh, some new quest. Pongalala, Tetsukabra, Gypsaros, Tropical Berry, Cephalos, Genprey, Gendrome and Cephadrome. It's that or destroying my schedule even worse, but it was fun. Okay, at least it was fun, at least it was fun. Are you gonna remember to take care of yourself? Oh, 24 hours is a lot. I was thinking of doing like a long stream as well, but man, it's tiring. I'm lazy. Pongalala's crest? What's crest? Mon and Topple monster twice. Hey, let's play some aerial switch X, why not? Aerial switch X. Nice. Gamp or rare? I'll try to find the rare stuff. Oh, it's not nearby? Oh, there it is. Okay, it's actually very close. Okay. Tempest X. By massively gauging the X's weight, this hunter allows the lightness in motion that borders on the impossible. Also adds a vertical slash to your repertoire, which utilizes the rapid swing momentum. Huh? So it's like an install super? Only one way to find out, I guess. I don't know what this is. A build up on X, build up is smaller. Huh. Right, let's try it. Switch X. Ooh, let's go. I can never skip this one. Kitty cute. Oh. Okay, give me a second. A little bit. Okay, done. This one. Aerial Switch X, baby! More new plays. This one never seen before. It's insane how many maps there is in this game. Oh gosh, diggity dang, holy shit. Honey on first map, nice. I love how there's still honey in here. It's dry. Oh, more honey. Okay, good enough. Avian bone? Oh yeah, they are bird wyvern. Right. I already have enough honey, I think. Why not? Lucky. Oh, wait, let me get all the honey first. Wait! Dang it. Nice. Avian fine bone. I mean, since this is all high rank now, I should carve more small monsters? Crystal something? I think I need more armor spear plus as well. I cannot wait to meet the Elder Dragon soon. I wonder what Elder Dragons they're gonna be in this game. No, Heracrodon and Royal Scarab. I think I need those for upgrades a lot. Oh, where? Oh, there it is. Hi. Poison? Aerial Switch X, ooh! Oh my god, I actually did it. Holy shit. Uh-oh. Oh. What does that do? Don't flash, don't flash. Ow. I got poison. Oh. Snoot. Oh! I want a snoot. Oh, I'm getting bullied. I'm getting bullied. I got the chicken bully. The all attacks have no recovery chicken. That's right, baby. Got him. You dare bully aerial switch X? Nah, I don't care. That's right. Break the head. Head broken. Aerial switches is fun as heck. Chicken. 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 Ow. Is it like a buff to X mode? No more flash for you. Wait, I already broke the head. Oh, it's a buff to Wild Swing! So if I do it more times, it will become like super fast? Oh, okay, that's cool as fuck. So if I don't have Tempest X buff, I'll just do sword mode shenanigans like this. Okay, okay. Switch X? Switch X? Switch X is fun as hell. Oh god, okay. That Tempest X, finally see what it does. It charges really quickly too. Wait, not this one. And bring Bean Pogger? Of course, always. Oh god, not the monkey. Must kill. Oh my god, I cannot even kill monkey. Don't go! Don't go! I want to play with my Tempex X. Why would you do this? Oh, Bonk, why? Bonk, you betray me. Ooh, Poison Swarm. Oh, it's a dead end map. So you're sleeping? This. Here we go. Oh. I wanna have fun. Come on. Might be dead. I don't think I can count the tail, but might as well try. Oh my god, that is cool as fuck. Oh man. God damn it, Monster Hunter, why are you so cool? Well, I'm gonna become Switch X main now. Tempest X. It's good too for aerial Switch X because whenever I'm out of Tempest X, I can just go to sword mode and go batshit insane. And when I have Tempest X, I can just go batshit insane with X mode. It's the perfect skill. What? Oh yeah, I got a rust shot before. What does that do again? Can I craft things with it? Oh yeah, it's a weapon. Eh? What do you mean? It's just Iron X. It's not even Rust X. Fine. I'm just absolutely loving this game. The more I play, the more things that this game reveals, the more happier I get. There's so many things that's so fun. Cheese. 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 We got all the cheese. Petrified axe? Oh, petrified axe is like the the first ever weapon. It can upgrade into so many things. Iron axe is this one. It's pretty basic, but I want to see what I can come up with this one. The scissor axe. Oh, exoskeleton? That looks cool as fuck, wait. Oh, why are Switch Axe so good? Like, they look so good. I love them. No. The Shredder. Dreamcast. Whoa! Oh my god! Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Two of these, one of these. T-Rex claw. What? I need a good T-Rex suit? Oh, dang it. It's okay. Oh, that looks so good. Look at that weapon behind me. Okay, I'm so happy. God damn it. Get this one. I mean, Kecha is just Goku, isn't it? Phone Goku. Hey, it's me, Goku. Yeah, these essentially looks the same, but they're like high rank. Did I just see 10 10 Larinov hide? I am never killing another Larinov. It made me feel like shit killing them. I am never doing it again. I am leaving all Larinov alone. Never again. Ooh. What am I looking at? Honestly, with my current set, I'm still doing pretty good. So I don't think I'm gonna look at high rank stuff that quickly. I'm just gonna go through more quests.
Hello.
The Welsh Canadian. Hey, welcome, welcome. Also, thank you for follow. Hope you're doing good. Tetsu. Tetsukaba is not that hard. Yeah, it's not. If I eat. I've eat, okay. I didn't see what the map is, but it's fine. It's fine. I'm a really a big nasty Tetsukabwa in the Jurassic frontier. It's a goddamn furry, goddamn it. Oh, we don't hurt them. Oops. Oh, it's frontier. It's no big deal. I know about this map. Tetsukaba should be around 3, I think. Although I could just use Psycho Syrup, but there's no need. Chicken. Chicken. Hey, how's it going? Hi. I'm going pretty well. I'm gushing about this game a lot. It's fun. This game's great. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Oh. That's how you get it. Okay, okay. Dragon Ember Chunk. It should be here. Or not. Is this your first playthrough? Yes. My first playthrough for GU, but I did play other Monster Hunter. I played a lot of Monster Hunter World, a lot of Rise, a tad bit of Frontier back then. Yeah. I just love Monster Hunter. It's heckin' great. Oh, all the dragons though. Oh god, not the monkey. No. I'll kill you. I don't like you. Get out. How tough are you? Holy shit. Nice. What? Okay, I'm using Psycho Serum. I'm lazy. No way. Okay. Oh, it's at 7. Yeah, it's at 7. Alright, check out my new Switch X Who. Wait, paintball. Don't fight first. Okay, there we go. I'm being spoiled by Monster Hunter World and Rise. Come here. Welcome to Aerial Switch X, baby. I'm okay. It may not be as worth doing that now. Why is that the coolest attack ever? Ow. Ow. Okay, okay, I get it, I get it. I cannot aim, I cannot aim. Okay, 3 times is enough. I cannot get it to hit. Explosion? Hey, I'll take it. I didn't get hit. Oh god. Help. I didn't get hit again. Holy shit. Okay, there we go. Now that's fair. Wait, don't hate, don't hate. Ow. 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 Don't hate. I did. Why am I doing this? Oh, I'm not dead. Lucky. Shine is very important, okay? Oh god, range. Tremor. Yeah, that's right. No, don't do it. What? I pressed 2. Going away? The only thing this game is missing is Toby Kadachi. I know, right? Yeah, we need more Toby, honestly. Look, might I even say... This is weird, but might I even say, even on a certain E website? That's not even enough. Like, it's so rare. Oh, chicken. I hate the frog. I'm not surprised. Oh. Should have expected that. Oh. The backdash. Uh-oh. EP? EP, I don't care. Wake up. Oh. Do it again, bitch. Oh, I'm sorry. Ah, of course. Should have expected that. Healing. Hiring Frog is surprisingly annoying. God, my insta super though. It's like every time I use my super, they run away. Fuck. Switch X life though, yeah. Especially aerial Switch X is really fucking good. Really fucking good. Oh, did you just went to number 3? No, that looks like 7. Crap. I thought you went to number 9. The Frog is mildly annoying on high rank. It's the zippity whippity whoopty shoopty whoop back and forth. It's a little bit annoying to deal with. Switch X has felt like a super solid weapon every game I used it. Gen Ultimate, World, Rise, which isn't a lot, I guess. It's the 3 games that I played, yeah. The Switch X is pretty solid, although in World it could have been a little bit better, but it's fine. Charge? Oh, I can eat this. Wait. Like in Rise, they gave Switch X a defensive option. It's pretty good. A counter which requires a lot of time to prepare, but when it hits hard. It's a constant backdash of this frog, I think I hate the most. Yeah, this one. You see that? The backdash and it just hits everything. Think you're playing Tekken, you fuck? Even backdash on wake up as well. Damn. Strong character. Oh, your roll does something now, okay. We rolled that shit. That was by pure luck. I rolled that. Yeah, that's right, asshat. Come here. Oh, Tremor. This frog is tough. I think Switch Axe in general is just like a very fun weapon to play. Not the strongest, but it's fun as hell. Oh, Mega Buttonnet, you can have that. I have it for free. Well, not free, but the flexibility of it. The combo potential essentially is what I love about Switch Axe. The fact that you can just do so many chain attacks together, it's so satisfying. Not saying Longsword cannot do it, but it's a heavy weapon. Longsword is like a medium weapon, or even a light weapon. Oh my god. Oh, I have a newfound hatred towards Tetsukabra now. I saw you're limping. I'm not even gonna capture you anymore. I don't like you anymore. If Cobalt hate, Cobalt kill. Simple as that. I'll kill you. Oh my god, the backdash on that shit. It's like I'm playing against a Lily. So evasive. And okay. Okay, 1+2. Oop. 3 times. Backdash and wake up, should remember that. Oh, even that's not enough? Oh. There we go. My god. And the amount of physical AoE is insane with this one. Love the fact that I can switch between it. It just looks cooler than Longsword. Ooh, I can switch in between with that? Shit. So boom, 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 switch. Yeah, look at that. It's just... It's Switch X. It's Switch X. It's really hard to land all those combos, but when you land it, boy oh boy does it feel good. Switch X gets stupid in Gen Ultimate from what bit I played. Ooh. I mean, I only played Aerial Switch X. I never tried out Valor or Adapt. I personally think Valor Switch X can get stupid. I haven't tried it, and I'm willing to give it a try. I'm gonna give it a try. It's either Adapt or Valor. But I think Valor is gonna unlock more potential because of the stance. And it gives Switch X a non-defensive weapon, a defensive option. Which is why it gets stupid. Like, Switch X is supposed to be full aggressive weapon. You go batshit insane with the weapon. And then you have Valor. You have a stance that dodges everything. You love to see it. But I think all weapons get dumb. True enough. If you know what you're doing with weapons, yeah, all weapons can get really stupid strong. Lucky. There's a secret somewhere. Oh, I found it. And I got lucky. Nice. I think it was here. Huff. Too much. Okay, one is enough. I need Lagiacrus. Crap. Crap. Carnivore? What kind of skill is Carnivore? Let's try it. Valor Switch X. I'm still gonna go with Tempest X just because of how cool it is. I mean, of course, there's Trans Slash as well. Oh, and Trans Slash is pretty cool as well. Oh. I had never tried out Demon Riot. It just doesn't sound as cool. Energy Charge. I wanna get Trans Slash. It's basically the ultra combo of Switch X Who. And so far the easiest and strongest play I found, in my very opinion, Valor Great Axe. Valor Great Axe is stupid strong. When you get a charge and you can cancel the charge, you can maintain the charge and you can rush forward and cut. That is insane. Greatsword is not supposed to do that, but Valor Greatsword hacks it. Burn the husk. I might have to do this. Fine. I don't like Kongalala. And I'm sure I made that point clear already. It's super clear. Kongalala should be around 4, 5, 7, 4. Hey! Wait, what would you drop? Oh! Okay, forward. You have this now, so forward into this. Up while swing is there. But you have more. Oh, that move is good. Oh, it's not here. Oh! I'm surprised that Kongalala could be a number 8. There we go. Heckin' monkey. Ooh, that was way faster than I thought. Oh wait, I'm not aerial anymore. Wait, I'm not aerial. Stop. Oh, I don't like that. Whoa. What was that? Do it again. Oh, Ippy? That discharge though, immediate sleepy. Tree stream trick with cutie cobalt, let's go. Wow! And 3 stream streak though, hell yeah. Wake up! Tremor. Something about Wild Swing, I guess, and then this. Oh, when you switch stance like that, it just does like an extra hit. Okay. Wait, I'm cooking. Ow. I'm actually cooking? Holy shit. Wait a minute. Oh. So Wild Swing this into change stance, it will do a double swing. All attacks. Immediate into Wild Swing. Okay. I see the route. Immediate. Okay. So after a dodge, triangle O. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh man, out of valor. Really good ground game. really good ground game. A lot of hacking mobility as well, holy shit. Okay. Valor switch axe, okay. I see you. Oh, I thought there was something else. I was like, that doesn't look like something that I know. Upon closer inspection, it's just a Reneplos. And it looks like during Valor, when I do the zero-sum discharge, it explodes twice, it looks like. I'm gonna need a lot of advanced armor sphere. I see a lot of armor that needs to use that to upgrade. Oh, I forgot about Valor attack. Oh no. Can I switch? Okay, I cannot switch. Maybe I need full Valor. Switch. Yep, there it is. That hit. I should heal. Oh. Ooh, that was gonna back. I'm still figuring stuff out. Oh yeah, I cannot heal. I can only wait for Milk to come back. There's Milk. Yeah, there it is. Nice. So if I keep switching in between, it can do a lot of like cool stuff. Eating something? Yeah. EP? What? Oh, you just ate Parashroom. Okay, that makes sense. I'm dead. I didn't bring deodorant because I hate Kongalala. Nah, it's all good. It's at 5. Yeah, it was at 5. gonna take my free stuff. Wait, did you just give me an easy shock trap? You did. Wow. Okay. First aid med plus? These are small ones. I don't wanna guess. We love Psycho Serum. The hit? Nope, close. Right, I forgot. Oh. Oh, even the other Konga. Oh my god, double explosion. Oh, one? Okay, I'll take it. Ah, I forgot to throw paintball. No. My last Psycho Serum. Okay. It's a little bit hard to deal damage it's a little bit hard to play my ground game when Kongala just jumps around. So I can only do like a few hits in between. Oh, I went the wrong way. Without... I cannot deal big damage without taking big risk. Can I eat something? Don't go yet. Okay, got him. I should probably bring Max Potion on my future quest. Because fighting against a monster with this amount of health is kinda scary. Kinda. Actually, make it very scary. Oh, hi Evie. Hi again. I'm gonna kill this thing. Wakey, wakey! Wake up! We yippin'! Oh, okay, you didn't jump as far as I thought. Oh, you ate toadstool. I didn't even see that shit. Oh, wait. Dodge. 1+2. Dodge. 1+2. Wild swing. Switch. Switch. I'm dead. I'm cooking. God damn. I'm dead here, no matter what I do. Because of this. Oh! True health horn? My kitty! Yeah, because of that, I would have died either way, so I decided not to even drink. But then my kitty heals, so might as well keep trying. Oh my god. Wild swing first. I keep forgetting. Oh, finally. Get out of here, monkey! Oh, thanks for the head pets. A big appreciate. I like head pets. might have enough time. Come on, come on, come on. Mine faster. Oh. Yuck. Oh god. Ah! I don't have enough time. It was a shining charm. Can't believe it. Getting a lot of advanced armor sphere. I should be able to upgrade my armor now. But do I want to? Maybe there's no need. For now anyway. What nightmare Kongalala. Ugh. Yeah. I just got a voucher? Maybe I have to do this one? Oh wait, Valor's 3 is not gonna be fun against Lagombi. Oh no. I can already see my future. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I'm gonna need rich, right? I need hot drinks. Okay. Cool, I didn't get dropped to random places. And I got a map. Is there anywhere I can buy Psycho Serum from? Looks like I'm gonna need a lot of them. I was okay with exploring a lot during low rank, but I feel like now I just kind of want to like get to the monster and eat them. Lagombi should be around 6, 7, 8. I don't think Lagombi will go anywhere other than 6, 7, 8. Just because of how it likes to slide around. Yeah, pretty much. Must kill. Oh yeah, Valor. I could just stance cancel. There it is. Oh boy. Yes?
Oh, yay. Impero TB, I have to yip now? Okay. I was focusing too hard on this Lagombi fight because I don't like this fight at all. But yip! Ah, S, of course, S. S. Oh my god, and then the fucking monkey just chucking things around. Of course I cannot kill them. They just jump around like piece of shits. Oh, you didn't do the roll? Wow, I didn't know you can cancel. Oh. S. I hate this rabbit thing. Same, yep. I got attacked by the fucking deer in the middle of fighting an ogre in Dragonstock but too. Must have sucked. Wake up, asshole! Yip. I'll yip you to death. Okay, switch. Switch while swing. And then switch again. Yeah, not surprised. S? My earphone just keeps cutting off.
This is bad. Maybe it's time for me to get a new earphone someday. My earphone has been getting old. I've been using the same earphone from when I first started streaming. Hi Astro. You get the rainbow bean. Rainbow bean. Yay! Okay. 2. Oh, it's a goddamn bull drone. Well, I have to kill you now. But it's the rules. When I see a Bodrum, I have to kill it immediately. Oh shit. Wow, you can pause? I just hold. Wow! Oh my god, that's why I hate Bodrum. Fuck you! Where'd it go? Yeah, it just waits. It just waits. It's the worst thing ever. I'm gonna get mad now. I'm actually gonna be mad now. Like, as if one bunny is bad is bad enough, you have another fucking pig that just rushes you down, and then whenever you do a defensive option, just waits until you. Oh my god. Swear to God, if I use Valor Great Sword, you would be dead already. Fuck you. Whoa, what the fuck? Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Sure. Oh, I could have dodged this, yeah. Thank you. Good night. Big hugs, bro. It's sleepy time for this couple. I'll keep running the stream while I sleep, though. Hey! Thank you, thank you. Big appreciate. I do hope you have a good sleep. Thanks for the leg. Thank you, thank you. Can I do something without getting interrupted for once? This quest is pulling out all the stops to make me mad. Finding a loading screen. Infinite monkeys. S? Yep, there it is. Should have expected that, honestly. Double S? Fair enough. Triple S? No S? Okay. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Mentally unstable? Yeah, you better keep eating that shit because you're gonna die. Oh, oop. I'm not going there. Because it's gonna charge at me anyway. Or do that. Oh my god, instantaneous charge, you fuck! When a move that breaks the convention of that is Monster Hunter that is built upon with punishing, an untelegraphed instantaneous attack pissed me off so much. My god, this Lagombi. Yep, hi Mert. Tiara is angry. Tiara is angry at the fucking pig and the bunny. Ooh wee. Everything's fine. The world is beautiful. I love life. S? Oh my god, of course. I'm not surprised at this point. Oh no. Not only you're annoying to deal with, but you have hard parts? Ugh. Charge? No? Surprised it didn't try to kill me. There it is. That didn't tumble though. That did not tumble the fucking bunny, okay. Strong head, what can I say? Oh, fuck me! You know what, that's on me. I am getting mentally unstable with this bunny. Like, I'm not even joking at this point. Not gonna lie, remembering why I didn't have as much fun with Gen Ultimate as I did World. Even though I know Gen Ultimate has the craziest stuff. I love the craziest stuff. It's just Lagombi is breaking all kinds of conventional game design that is untelegraphed, full screen fucking charge, instantaneous attacks. That is unreactable. And the fact that it just keeps running away. Whenever I have like a bit of a buff going on and then it's just like, nope. And then fighting in loading screens, it's like, it's everything in one that I hate. That is Lagombi. Like, good god, you find a monster that's even worse than this one. I don't. I'm gonna kill you. You're not worth my fucking shock trap, asshole. Like that. And then there has a mix up to it. It's not like it's guaranteed 2 times. It can do only 1 time and then stay there. If there's no mix in between, I can just charge in and attack. But no, there's a mix. It could charge. You can go in, it charges again, and now you are at a distance away again. If I go in now, it's gonna charge again. Look at this. There it goes. Second time? At least he did the second time. Oh, I can rather stance cancel that. Oh my god. I can't believe it. Oh, hard parts are supposed that is not hard. Funny. The amount of times that this monster runs away, it's beyond me. I am not. I would never fight a Lagombi in the future. I fucking love this game. I fucking hate Lagombi. And Bodrum, by the way. Never leave Bodrum away. That hits, okay. I'm not even surprised at this point, it's Lagombi. If a thing doesn't hit, that's not Lagombi. Wow, first tumble? I cannot believe it. I hope I'm not exaggerating, because I am not. And it runs away again. Oh, you tumble. Oh no, you tumble at the loading screen. I'm gonna leave you alone for that. Thank you. I have the urge to not carve this shit. My first remaster of the game was World. I played Jet Ultimate a bit after I finished it. It was just a harder game to get into. My sister was into Monster Hunter a lot earlier, so she loves it. I'm not gonna lie, I love it. I just don't like Lagombi. Like, I played this game for so many hours now. The only monster that gave me problem is Lagombi and Boudrum. These two only. Although Boudrum is a little bit of a meme because when I was fighting when I first met Mizu, and then Boudrum just like keeps like just party crush, right? And it's just like keep getting Mizu away from me. So it's a bit of a meme. But Lagombi, I hate this with a passion. Like, for real, I'm not even gonna lie. This bitch is the worst. After so many hours, my god, I think it's fair to say that, because everything I mentioned about Lagombi just breaks all Monster Hunter design convention. It's like, goddamn. Oh, this white ranger? Shit. Now, you would think some monsters on telegraph attack, but on telegraph attack, they don't knock you out. Like, they don't knock you over. On telegraph attack, usually just do like a little bit of your health, like you stumble, say, ah yeah, and knock on the butt for a little bit. That bitch just straight up knocked you off and did the most damage of all things possible. What the fuck? Yeah, Lagombi is no. Like, no matter what you say about Lagombi, I will forever hate it. It's not fun. That made me pissed. Nah, I'm still gonna try Valor. Valor Switch X is... It's for now. Oh, we got two. Ooh, that's a weird placement. I need to find the secret. Okay, in the middle. I think it's... There we go. Okay, we just need one... This one. It's a Monster Hunter generational thing. Maybe. I mean, okay, look, Monster Hunter Rise has Lagombi as well, but because Monster Hunter Rise allows hunters to have a lot of, like, let me stand up for a little bit. Rise has a lot of utilities, ability that hunter has in their arsenal, that they can deal with bullshit like that. But in Generation, in this game, Lagombi does the same thing. Like, it totally does the same thing. There's nothing different about Lagombi here and Lagombi in Rise. Or at least I don't see it anyway. But Rise allows... We have a lot of tools on our hand, right? So we can deal with those kind of unconventional attack pattern well, right? We can take on that. Not here though, it's very hard. I could. It's just difficult. I'm gonna play a little bit more. I need to farm more monsters, or maybe even get to like, how many? 7 stars, I think? Oh, I'm already at 7 star, holy shit. So I can get more star? 8? Probably. Can I get 8? 10 tropical berries, 6 hermitol. Maybe I need to do these. Genprey, Gendrome. Prey and Drome is not that good with... You know what? I'm gonna do the Genprey and Cephadrome quest, but I don't think I'm gonna use Switch X for this because they flinch a lot. So I need like a single big hit so that they don't, when they flinch, they don't dodge my attack. Valor Greatsword, my beloved. Let's do this. Actually, I'm pretty surprised. It's been a while since I last got angry at Monster Hunter. I remember when playing World. What's the monster again that I fought against that is like super annoying? Lavasioth. Yeah, Lavasioth in World pissed me the fuck off as well. it's insane. I don't like... Yeah, I don't like the thing. Lavasioth in World. It's... oof. Oh, I don't have cold drink. I'm sure there's Plesioth here, right? I feel like if I fought against a Plesioth, I might get even worse of a reaction, I feel like. Plesioth is... oh my god, help me get out of here, monster. Oh boy, it's hot. Is it cold here? Yeah, I remember it's cold and hot outside. Where's the Gendrome again? Shit. Okay, one more Psycho Serum. It went there? Okay. I should get more bugs in this map. I can get King Scarab and something else. The Hercudrum? Don't even know how to pronounce that. I think it's here. Yep, there it is. Oh, yay. Moonbreaker. There it is. I missed it. I didn't mean to do that. Thanks. Oh, I got you baited. Oh. Nice. I can get killed by heat. Yeah, look at that. Valor Great Sword, insane. Oh, I didn't throw paintball. It's okay, I saw where it went. Moonbreaker? Okay. 8, fair enough. Thanks. They stole my damage. What a clever bunch. Kinda bad. Oh, I got debated. Okay. If they remake Gen Ultimate without loading screens with Monster World stuff, it'd be a massive hit, I figure. Same, yeah. With the amount of content in Generation Ultimate, I think it will be a big hit, yeah. Moonbreaker. Right, that was cool. Oh god. I just think modern Monhan needs some incredibly stupid fun shit. Rise was a good step, and if we combine World Rise Gen Ultimate, I think we're some sort of horrible beast in the best way, right? I think Rise... Yeah, Rise buffed Hunters, right? Rise buffed Hunters, but they didn't buff the monster as much. Instead, they nerfed the monster. Like, if we have monsters that's as crazy as Hunters that can be, I think it's fun. Like, go crazy, you know? Like, you can have, like, Guanzhou Rumu in World, and then you have, like, the moveset of Rice. I think, yeah. Or, like, White Fatalis or Crimson Borealis, I think that's the name. Like, the really crazy big monsters in Frontier Z is, like, good fucking god. I think I might actually just like, yeah, I might just spend like 1,000 hours in the game, no question asked. For sure, something to match the white bug stuff. Ooh, that was nice. Spend one more time because I love the movement in Rise. Movement in Rise is beautifully done. What can I say? Actually, beautifully done. Done well, done well. A world that has something going on with the Feline Rider. Something going on with that, and then I think they took that and the criticism from the fan base, and they're actually making like a mount that we can actually control instead of just like the Feline Rider doing their own stuff, and then you have to go to your map and like pin where to go. I think that's a little bit of a miss there, but yeah. Spend way more time in work than Rise. Same. I think Rise had more potential, positive aspects. I think Rise, to me, Hunters feels a little too strong. Like, there's no monster that can just destroy me for days. In World, however, World I wasn't struggling as much until Alatreon came in, which made me spend 3 days just trying to figure out what to do, figure out the moveset, and then eventually beat the Escada Judgment, and then beat Alatreon. Like 3 days on and off, not 24 hours, 3 days, right? And you have Fatalis in World, I took 6 days on and off. And then the first time I beat Fatalis, I have that wonderful sense of fucking victory, you know, actual struggling victory. when I won against Vitalis. Tears of joy roll down my eye. It's like, wow, that hits hard. That hit really hard. In Rise, I don't really feel that because I'm too strong. The Primordial fight was not even that strong. Primordial Malzeno was really good, but I just have too much tool to go against Primordial, and you know, Primordial stood no chance. I just destroyed Primordial first try. And that being said though, the game is still fucking fun. Especially when I get smooched by Malzeno, yeah, that's like 10 out of 10 right there. Whenever Malzeno do the thing, you know, the grapple attack, I just like, hit me. Hit me, I'm here. Moonbreaker. But yeah, I feel like just like you mentioned, again, the hunter, okay, the hunter of world, movement of rise, right? Hunter of World, so that it's not too strong, and then Movement of Rise, so that we don't need to spend too much time just like running around trying to find monsters like this one, and Monsters of Frontier Z or this game. I think, yeah, I mean that's my very own opinion on how I feel like a Monster Hunter game, a perfect Monster Hunter game would be. Right, this is a very personal opinion, but I think it's not too far off, I think. I miss drinking mint coffee. Mint coffee! But I cannot drink coffee now, it's like... It's 6? Wait, how the fuck? Oh my god, it's 6 already. Oh! Time flies, holy shit! Almost mystical. Alright. No urgent quest yet. Hopefully finishing the Cephadrome one will trigger the urgent quest. Hopefully. Harvester will never be the trigger. Like the essential quest to get to the next one. Just don't be this one. I don't want to fight Kongalala again. It's Cephadrome, right? I'm pretty sure I need Cold Drink for this. You know, I want to be fast. I want to be faster. That's right. Bringing in the drugs, the demon drug. That's right. I'm bringing that in. Should have brought Mega Demon Drug against Lagombi. Oh yeah, I know I don't play Prowler as much, but bring Prowler back. Bring Prowler mode back. At least that, you know, you bring Prowler back, there's gonna be so much people who's just like, oh my god, I can play as Kitty and just play the game. SKD forever. I wanted to do it, but I feel like I love the Hunter arts too much that I still prefer to play Hunter. Drink. What are they doing? Thanks. There we go. Brains plus? Isn't it an account item? Oh my god. Brains. It's almost as if I'm playing Plant vs. Zombie. Is that it? No, this is a small one. It's not here? That one looks like a small one as well. It's not here? Maybe it went away. But I don't think Cephalos would go to like a small place, question mark? Oh yeah, don't queue towards Cephalos. Oh right, Something you missed? Last time you said there will be a karaoke stream. I already did it a long time ago. I didn't upload the VOD, but it was like, shit, I forgot what it was. It's quite a while ago. 1K, I think it was 1K follower stream? Probably. What? But I was there. Or was busy? Yeah, most likely. Because the long stream, I did it on... Saturday and Sunday. When next? Oh shit, I don't know. I'll be too shy to sing anymore. I am shy as fuck, I don't know how to sing. There it is. Oh wait, I'm already in Valor. Moon! Okay, maybe not. Dun, dun, dun. I'll take the trade. Moonbreaker. Wait, wrong button. Hit check. All good, all good, all good. Oh, not good. Okay, okay, okay. Wait a minute. I don't think Cephadrum does like a triple spit. Fighting a Cephadrum without Sonic Bomb is pain. It's on me, I didn't even bring in my own. Woo. Oh! Ooh, Superman? You know what? That got me. I didn't think it has a Superman move. That was good. Superman? Sing Sing? He always do it every week, isn't it? What the heck? What? No. What do you mean I sing every week? There's no way. Oh yeah, I have a interesting I find it interesting, right? Most streamer, most, I'm gonna say most, right? Most streamer, when being asked if they like their own voice or not, most will say no. Yeah, same goes for me. Whenever I look back at my own VOD just to check if there's anything wrong, and then I listen to my own voice like, oh god, that's me. No, no. It feels so weird to listen to my own voice. But yeah, I'm gonna look back into like my own VODs to see if anything's wrong. At least so far I'm not seeing anything wrong. Hit check. Moonbreaker. Hip check. We're gonna die again. It's kinda tough fighting at this health. What? I was in Valor though. You haven't tried yet one singing stream as I started K point, sing all those Guilty Gear Guilty Gear music? Hey, how'd you know that that I listen to Guilty Gear and know how to sing them, huh? I'm scared. How'd you even know? Holy shit. Yes, I do know how to sing some of them. I'm scared though. You're just an open book. There's no I'm an open book, but it doesn't mean that you know that I know how to sing Guilty Gear. How are there any clues? You little shit, there's no clue. It's not easy. It's just you. I don't trust you little shit. You play fighting game and listen to metal? Not all! I listen to metal, but I don't listen to all metal. Oh god. It's untelegraphed. You don't even say that I listen to fucking classical music. You know? Check. Oh, did I break the tail? I think so. Oh no, I don't have a hot drink. It's fine, it's only a short trip here. But the thing is, I also listen to anime music though. Like, I've been watching Spy X Family. I binge watched them all. It's so good. Can you not? Ah, my god. Wakey wakey! Moonbreaker. Oh, okay, okay. Can you not? Gonna go behind the hit check. Oh, okay, instant cancel. Okay. Oh my god, I'm gonna get killed by Cephalos, not Jerome. I didn't think Cephalos can be an absolute dick like that. Monday singing stream? No chance. What would you want me to sing for? My voice is not even that good. I would just embarrass myself. There we go. Oh my god. Nah, you won't. Yeah, I won't. You're right, I won't. Hey, thanks for the head pets. Well, you want a whistling stream? I'm good at whistling. Is that a thing? People whistle, people go and... God. Wow, I didn't know you can move around like that. Oh, you're dead. Okay, cool. Community night streaming? Night singing? Streaming? Community night streaming? Huh. Well, but why though? Now Whistle the starting tune from Whistle? What? Oh, you want the white boy jump scare? You want the fucking music? Oh my god, you... you monster. Florida? You mean the... Oh, it doesn't... It doesn't capture it because I have noise cancelling. If I don't have noise cancel, it's probably gonna be very annoying, but I'll see how it does. Let me temporarily disable... Yeah, I'm trying to turn... Shut the fuck up, there's no fan here. Oh wait, okay, no more noise suppression. It's probably gonna be very annoying. Were you talking about... Are you talking about this one? Alright, I have noise cancelling back on because... Boy oh boy. Yeah? Why? You monster! I think I just need one more Syphodrome. Syphilos. Yeah, just one more Syphilos. I see it. Moonbreaker. I missed. Yeah, fun fact, I used to whistle all day. Well, not all day, but I whistle pretty much all the time when I was in KL, in Kuala Lumpur studying. I whistle so much that I can whistle non-stop. I know how to like you blow air to whistle usually, right? And then I can suck air to whistle as well, so that I can just keep whistling non-stop. I developed that skill. It's like, oh shit, I can whistle continuously without stopping. You don't sing, you just whistle? Well, yeah, I don't sing. Now whistle the whole theme song with Digimon. Oh my god. What do you mean the whole Digimon theme? Holy shit. $4 minutes? Easy for you? Yeah, easy for you to say you're not the one that's whistling. 坏死了你。 What? I don't know how to whistle. Would be me. What if you know how to whistle, just hiding it? No, wait. God, do I have to kill the Congalala? I can't even snap my finger. Oh, I actually cannot snap my finger. or like, I know how to snap on right hand a little bit, but I'm pretty sure you cannot hear it unless I'm talking along with the snapping. But I cannot snap on my left hand. It's just snapping, just no sound on it. I cannot snap my left hand. It's difficult. Come on, with the one theme? No, what do you mean? No. Why would you want me to like sing and or make musical choices? I'm scared. Don't tell me that I really have to do this. Oh my god. I'm gonna do this off stream, and I'm gonna get the urgent quest off stream, essentially, right? And then tomorrow we play more of these. I am getting hungry. I can't wait to get some food. Let me check. It is... Yeah, it is 6:30 already. Although I'm kind of surprised, even with my heavy breakfast, yeah, I still feel hungry now. I'm singing to a karaoke stream. I didn't know you like to sing that much. Alright, let me go save real quick. Can we raise strongest power? Are they streaming? Are they like singing? That's why you want to rate them? You are. Wait, you feel like singing? Were you at Baldur's Street? Baldur Wolf. Baldur Wolf has like a really interesting voice, a very interesting vocal sound that sounds very, very, very nice. It's what I wanted back then, but now not so much. But I just like the sound. Like you know when the sound is so deep and trancing that I kind of like it. I don't know how to explain it otherwise. But it's very, very nice. Actually, I don't need to do this. I'm just gonna save real quick again. Never really watched Baldur? Fair enough. I mean, when Baldur stream, it's like super late for me already. But you don't sleep that early. Okay, yeah, fair. Hey, I'm not gonna dictate who you watch. It's fine. It's a recommendation. Alright, anyway, let me go to this screen. Boom. Man, I'm still small. Boom, boom. Okay. Now I'm big. Oh, we can continue to listen to Setiana. Yeah, this one. There's no more dead silent. Wait, did I type singing? I meant listening. I don't dare to sing there too. You... I thought you were so brave. It's like, I can sing, wow! No, I cannot believe it. I've been lied to. Wait, you mean strongest power? Alright, let me take a look at who strongest power is. Strongest power. Oh, there it is. Strongest power. Is that a dragon? That's a VR chat streamer. Oh yeah, I forgot. You fucking love VR chat streams, don't you? You also have VR headset, right? I think did you buy it not too long ago? I think. I don't remember. Actually, I don't remember. I don't know, Lay. You want to raise strongest power? Just a dragon likes to play video games and draw art. Ooh, artist. I can sing, but it's gibberish. Okay, I can sing and it's not gibberish, but I'm just way too shy to do it. I guess we can raid to someone new. Oh, wait, before that. Oh, Roxas! Ixon is streaming though! I will raid Ixon! I kinda want to raid Ixon. I very much want to raid Ixon though. Strongest power streams a lot? No? Question mark? Let me check the previous streams. Recent broadcast. Oh, daily stream, okay. Oh, daily streams, okay, daily. I mean, strongest power is a dragon, so hey, I'll definitely keep that in mind. But look, for today, I want to rate Ixon. I don't think Ixon streams a lot, question mark? Yeah, I think, or like, whenever Ixon stream, I don't really have a chance to rate them. Oh, there's also niche, you know. Indecisiveness. See you lah. Okay lah, I know lah. I rate Ixon. Gonna rate Ixon lah. We're rating Ixon now. Alright. Just suggestions. That's a good suggestion because it's a dragon. Yes, it's another dragon, right? Finally. Finally, another dragon. Oh, he plays fighting game too? But from the recent broadcast, I see all art. Sorry, let me check again. Because if he plays fighting game, then wow. Wow. Dragon's Dogma, Helldivers 2 are just chatting. And then I think it's his first time streaming VR chat?
Ooh, shiny.
Also sing metal? Like Screamo? Damn. He's doing my model? Your model? Yo, nice. Hey, maybe I'll pop in and check it out. Oh, hey, look. Strongest power is fading out. Okay, well, our mission is clear. We'll raise strongest power next time then. Hippie? Hippie? Oh, they're singing. Oh my god. No wonder you want me to raid them. Okay, let me summon Bernie real quick. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks Bernie. And I have a Discord. Boom. And I figured that I should probably promote myself a little bit more. Because, you know, I don't want people to think that I just stream occasionally, but I have a schedule. I actually have a schedule. I stream from Thursday to Monday. Right? I stream from Thursday to Monday. I only know GMT plus 8. Okay, so 12减8 12 19 8 7 12 11 19 8 7 6 5 4 So I stream at GMT 4 a.m. I think that's right, because I stream at GMT plus 8 12 p.m. Or usually start around that time, right? So plus 8 minus 8 minus 8, it's 4 a.m. I stream at 4 a.m. GMT though. Hopefully that's easier. See you later, cute Kobo. Thank you. See you later too. You cute mouse. And that cute mouse. Actually, red mouse. I don't know what's the difference, but they look similar to me. Yeah, okay. And let me type in the raid to Ixen real quick. Ixen. Right. Ixen fire. Whoa. The Muslim prayer is super loud today for whatever reason. Is it because it's Good Friday and then they're like super loud? Oh my god, I'm wearing headphones with music blasting in my ear. I can hear it. God damn. Alright, anyway, I timed the raid. Hopefully it didn't receive it on the microphone. Hopefully. Squeak. Yip. A squeak and a yip. Yep, that's pretty much everything. Okay, so I'm gonna go get myself some dinner now. Before the raid though, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all, right? Here comes the raid to Ixen Vaya. Boom. A dragon. Can have a bit coloring on my model. Send me the model then. I can try to help you. But a fair warning though, my texturing / coloring skills is not good. He doesn't understand. Who? Oh, he doesn't. What software is he using? Strongest power, right? My marking needs to be higher. Oh. Yeah, I guess I can help you with that. Send me your model and tell me if there's anything that needs to change. I'll try my best anyway. Show him twice. And you're gonna forgive people, and then sometimes it's hard. It's difficult. Hard is hard. Hard is hard. Hard is hard. Oh wait, the rate message. How can I forget? Shit. Oh wait. There, I almost forgot. That's the right message. Boom. Okay. Take care, everyone. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I love y'all. Bye bye. Smooches. Bye bye.